Big buys. Yo, look at this send. Is anyone here? Holy smokes.
Peace, peace. Back in the building.
Yo, yo, yo.
What's the deal?
We just got a massive pump on everything in the last 5 seconds.
Big buys, right?
Just when they thought they got me. Just when they thought they had me. I was hanging on by a thread on that XRP long I was on. It was like, it was a cent away from getting me.
Oh damn! Really? What's your XRP long level at? You're buying?
Well, I added down there. It's at 213.97 50x.
Oh, that's yeah. You'd be sweet.
Yeah, but it came right down to 213. I was like, I was about to close out, and then this pump came out of nowhere. I was about to close out at break even.
Oh, thank the Lord. The
Gotta
Hail
get-
Mary candle.
Is it just a move or is it news?
I don't know.
I think
It could just be
honestly,
time, you know.
I think it was this whole like hot bank holiday that the U.S. had, and then the war headline. It's just like the last 24 hours has just been nonstop selling. I think it was chopping people out and just getting liquidations and stop losses. Because it was
Man, I
actually
fell
bullish
asleep.
today when the press secretary came on. Like the fact that like everyone's anticipating like going into that conference at like I think it was at 1:30 in the afternoon that it was going to be like the United States is declaring we're entering Iran. But then she read the statement saying Trump's going to wait 2 weeks and to see if they can negotiate something. So that I take that as somewhat the market gets a little bit of relief. Like we're not full on going in.
I'll look on
And then
X and see.
And then the S&P has been up all day. Like it opened up with the gap up and it's remained high. So I didn't understand why crypto was just it wasn't even it was just altcoins were just bleeding down. They were trying to get liquidations, sweeping. They're just stop hunting, dude.
I fell asleep with no stop loss. I got so lucky.
I hope that was the bottom for some of these alts, man, because man, it's been kind of brutal on the alt side.
I'm looking.
What are you looking for?
Just searching X.com for trending news. Israeli conflict.
This wasn't on any big news. It was just popped. Maybe Europe decided to play.
Yeah, I'm just looking. Might as well. Got a couple follows.
Is it gonna bust up and out of here?
Say what?
Is it gonna bust up and out of here? What you thinking?
Yeah, man. Come on, wait a minute, man. Enough of this crap.
It's about time, he mad.
I know, man. Tired of it. Ready to get past that part of Dbloc's fractal, whatever that government inflow of the money schematic chart was. Get through that debt part and get up to the parabolic part.
I'm just praying for dominance to eventually make its way down.
Man, I know it's brutal for you, bro.
If ETH can get over to 2540, I think that will help with some of dominance. It keeps getting rejected at this 2540.
Because it's done. It's like that's where all the 100 per. That's all where the 100x's are finished with it.
So it's gotten rejected off of this 2540. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is coming up on its 8th time since the 16th of June. Yeah, 17th. So but 3 days it just keeps getting rejected off of this level, man. Yeah, dude, actually, ETH has just been chilling here since the 17th of June. Bounced off at 25.45, got rejected off of 25.40. 8 times, man. This is it. 8 times the wonder. Oh, it's getting rejected again. Playing that ETH suppression game again, man. You're not letting ETH loose.
Seven minutes ago, Iranian strike hits Beersheba High Tech Research Cybersecurity Center.
You think that strike is? You think that strike's what's causing the pump?
E200. I'm just the newest thing I could find.
No, I'm telling you, there's no news on this pump. This is just
Yeah, I think it's a technical thing.
Yeah, it's just like because I've been
like a TA pump.
I doubt that would be pumping on the Iranian strike.
Let me check Crypto Panic, the news aggregator.
There was one small piece of news I was able to find when the pump started. It was Arizona Senate passed HB 2324. This is 10 minutes ago, in a 16-14 vote authorizing state to use seized digital. Oh man, my screen vanished. Authorizing state to use seized digital assets to build crypto reserves. The bill now heads to the House for further review. That was 10 minutes ago, but I don't know if that. If this is just Arizona Senate, so it's just like the state of Arizona.
How does the Arizona Senate release something at 1:30 in the morning? But their time, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, we got to double up on that move.
Yeah, let's.
Chat GPT explains how XRP could reach $135. Ah, please.
Oh, let's go, dude. Let's go.
I mean, that sounds amazing, but I don't know if that's like market cap possible at the moment.
I'd be surprised.
Like, let's just
13.
Yeah, let's just see 10. Let's just see $10 first as like a.
Bro, I'd be cool with $5, man. At this point.
Yeah, dude. Anything above all-time high would be pretty cool. Just seems wild.
Look at AVAX waking. Every alt is waking up, dude. They slammed alts for like 7 days straight.
Bro, they've slammed alt for almost 7 months straight.
It'd have to be an $8 trillion market cap to be $135 XRP. 8 trillion.
You know, there was another piece of news. This was earlier. This is hours ago. I thought Doge would get a pump off of it, but Elon and Twitter are launching their trading platform to make X like an all-in-one type platform.
Whoa.
I
That's
thought
kinda
Doge would
cool.
pump on it. It didn't pump. It didn't pump.
Yeah. Kind of like that Doge detethered itself from Elon Musk a bit, you know? Because it's like, well, now you have to depend on a dude to create the catalysts, you know? And even still, like in 2021, when he was doing things to move the price, it just, each new thing that he did, it got weaker and weaker. Like the effect wore off and the market was like, got over it. And then I think then he just stopped altogether with the Doge related stuff. I mean, a government department got created, like, nothing to do with Doge, but I mean the name's there. And yeah, nothing really happened with that for Dogecoin. But yeah, let's see it. It'd be cool to see it just perform naturally, you know, get up toward all-time high, that kind of thing. Or even just halfway would be cool. Like 50 cents, 60 cents.
Did anybody else get trapped in a Bitcoin trade?
Oh man, did you?
Yeah, I got trapped long at 106,260.
Oh, okay.
I'm getting close.
Yeah. I think you'll be fine, man.
Yeah, I hope.
Just
I
feel
think
like
I should be.
like World War III imminent. Wasn't even able to get crypto down, like Bitcoin down under 100,000. You know, the threat,
Bitcoin
the threat of an
down,
escalating
keyword.
war. Yeah, Bitcoin down. The alts just, oh man.
There's been
Painful.
some massive headlines in the last 2 weeks. It all started with the Trump Elon feud. That was the first one.
Yep.
There was something else that happened after that.
Yeah,
And then,
Trump warned to evacuate Tehran. That was
one.
another catalyst. Like a
There's
black
been so
swan
many
type
headlines.
dealio.
So many headlines.
And yeah, like Iran, I mean, Israel, you know, sending out missiles. Do you call them missiles or rockets or whatever? Striking, missile strike on Iran. And then them retaliating.
It's actually being strange that Macron being slapped by his wife has a bigger impact on crypto than the threat of World War III.
Oh yeah, what's his name? Someone Macron.
Emmanuel Macron.
Emmanuel. That's right, Emmanuel Macron.
And with his wife is Brigitte, and you do know that she was his teacher when he was a kid.
I thought it was his father.
No way.
That's his father.
Eh?
The conspiracy is that that's his dad.
Brigitte is his dad.
Apparently, yeah.
His wife is his dad?
That's a conspiracy from what's her name? Candace Owens.
So you're saying his wife is a male?
Apparently.
But
nah, that's crazy.
But
I
there are
don't think so, but
the only thing that is really true is that so she was when Macron was like 10, 11 years old, then Brigitte was his teacher at that time. So he married his teacher. Now,
wow.
now the conspiracies are that whether if she is actually a woman or not, that
Yeah,
Hmm.
that's
Emmanuel,
crazy.
I mean,
you
we saw
doing?
the other day who the man was.
Sneaky dog. How old is he? He is. I'm finding the date for you. He's 47 years old. His spouse. Where's the? So her name's Bridget, is it? Bridget.
yes.
So he's 47 and she is age 72. Holy
No
moly.
way.
I
She's
do.
See,
No
that's the
way.
age of his father.
72?
Bro, that's
72, man.
insane.
That is
No
so
way.
strange. Emmanuel's 47 and she's 72. What's
Something
what's
really weird
72
going
minus
on.
47? That
Bro, that's
is a
insane.
25-year 25. So when he was like, let's say he was 18, she was 43. Oh my god. That's a gap.
But
Bro,
now,
that's
now you
insane. I never knew that.
Me either. Didn't know that.
but I mean the trick is already is in his first name, eh? Emmanuel Macron, man, eh? I don't know.
A man, you.
But how freaky is this to actually
It's very
marry your
strange,
teacher?
dude.
That's a fantasy.
No, she definitely has like a dominating role in their marriage because she's 25 years his senior and she slaps him. Man,
Yo, that
that's
was so
wild.
embarrassing, man. I showed that to my
Dude,
girlfriend and
she
she was
probably,
like, she was trying to justify
yeah,
it. Not that my girlfriend hits me, but like she was like, see, women are kind of feisty. So I was telling my girl,
man.
man, too feisty.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Like, because, yeah, she's 25 years his senior, so she would probably have this stance of I know better because I'm older, I've got more experience kind of thing, you know? She probably like mothers him a lot.
But the rumors have it that they were a couple when he was only 14 years old,
Wow.
13 or 14 years old. So how old she was then?
25
But
years plus 14, 39 years old.
how
39.
freaky is that? I know.
That is very freaky. That's like predatory. Yeah. What the helly? What the heliante? Well, Bitcoin's still doing that really nice candle on the hourly chart.
That's what I found funny when I think it was in the first term of Trump. So then got a visit of Macron. So and then you have like Trump and Melania, and then Macron with his wife, and they actually should switch partners at that time, no? Because Melania is like what 25 years younger than Trump, and
Yeah, I just had a look again. That documentary, she accuses him of being his father as well.
say that again. She is accusing him of
Have you heard of Candace Owens? She's like a
of
journalist.
no,
But
but
Yeah, that name rings a bell. Candace
she
Yeah,
Owens.
she's a bit
she
like
goes with
Tucker
Andrew
Carlson,
Tate,
where
right?
she's getting cancelled everywhere. But she made a documentary on this guy, and apparently that's his father.
She's like a female
Oh,
version of
that
Andrew
girl.
Tate, right?
Yeah. She
Yeah,
stemmed
she's
off
like
after Andrew Tate.
she's really like right wing kind of like
Yes and no, not like
like
blindly. She's
right,
fair.
right. She's just right, right, right. She's old school values kind of.
She speaks the truth, sort of thing. Well, what we think is the truth, anyway.
Yeah, she cuts through like a knife about truth. She doesn't sugarcoat. She's very
Yeah,
blunt.
basically.
What do you call it? Conservative, maybe. I don't know.
I'm the wrong person to ask about all that, man.
Yeah, I'm kind of. I don't fall into either category really. I don't try to. I don't know. I don't try to. I don't tend to want to live my life categorized.
Agreed. If I had to pick, it would
But
be right in the middle.
yeah, yeah, just a balance. Yep. Yeah, I can find things I don't like about either side, to be honest.
Exactly.
Yep. And then I can find things that I do like about either side. So it's like, yeah, just a variety. Oh wow, did she have a relationship with Kanye West at one point? Candace Owens.
Oh, she did.
Apparently.
They're also the thing that's weird is that they're trying to sue her for this as well. Like they're making it a big deal where they're trying to hide it.
Hmm.
So then it means that the slap on the plane was actually a parental correction. No?
Ah, poor old Kanye West, huh? He's a wild character. Wonder if he holds any crypto.
That guy, man, he's a special guy.
Kanye coin.
Kanye coin. Yeah. There's gotta be a point where he tried to,
He
you know,
did, didn't
swindle
he?
something.
He promoted a
Maybe.
meme coin, if I remember correctly. I
Yeah.
don't really want to mention what it's called.
Uh,
Yeah, I'm not
yeah.
very familiar with US celebrities, but Kanye West is the former husband of Kim Kardashian, then, right? Or am I now?
Correct. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they have children together.
And then he was together with like a Kardashian, but a Temu version of it, and they also broke up now, then, right?
The Hebrew version, yes. Bianca Sensori, yeah. She's this Australian model that became like a
Oh, they
public
broke
nudist.
up too. He broke up with Bianca. Or
Yeah, that apparently, yeah.
The one that he
Yeah.
that he got naked all the time.
Yep.
It's like he used her
Yep.
to promote his clothing.
Yeah. She's still kind of doing that kind of behavior, apparently, even though they're not together anymore. So it's like either she was like that to begin with, or her changing her personality is stuck with her and she's still acting like that. I don't know. Who knows, man, with these celebrities. Well, she is like kind of in her own league. No celebrities doing what she does.
He's just broke above that level finally.
Yeah, let's go. Timu Kim Kardashian.
He's hilarious. I gotta say, he is funny. I'm sorry.
That guy, man, he's so extra.
He's
Yeah.
crazy. It's obvious he's not all there.
Yeah, he's definitely something's going on there. Normal people don't do that
Combination.
kind of thing.
There is something going on though.
Crazy.
I
He's crazy.
feel like
he's
it's
crazy,
also
but he knows what he's doing. But he's still
yeah,
crazy.
exactly. I feel like he pushes it, like he dramatizes it a bit more, like he embellishes it, perhaps,
Yeah.
He's,
With him, it's
to
just what, the
like
Hollywood
for
elites that
effect.
are after him, or
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's an entertainer, by like that's his profession, so he knows how to get attention, right? He's an entertainer. The fact that he turned up to the Grammys with Bianca uninvited and she like took off her coat in front of the cameras. That is wild. She fully
and then
got.
the all black Nazi suit that he wears now. I mean,
Oh, jeez.
KKK,
Yeah.
the KKK, all
Well,
black
that too.
outfit.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, he's just he's into all of it, but I think yeah, I feel like it's for attention. I don't feel like it's for much else than just for stirring up, drama in the media.
Diddy's gone quiet.
Yeah, he's in jail, I think, isn't he?
His case
Kinda
is meant
has
to have
to.
started.
No, it's not quiet. Look on YouTube. There's plenty of coverage. They might
Right,
not
right.
be
I've
showing
just
it
not
to
seen
you.
it.
There's some
So the
crazy
actual
stuff going on.
is it the thing that he's actually in prison for or whatever is the like the assault on his ex-partner, right? Like that footage that shows him like hitting her in the hallway of some hotel.
Nope. It's far more than that.
Yeah, I know there's allegations that are, extensive, but for what they actually got him for was like assault
He
on.
is under trial for racketeering,
Yeah.
RICO, like basically like mafia stuff,
Sex
like
trafficking, I think.
yeah, sex
Oh,
trafficking.
okay.
It's basically criminal, just like a mobster, a criminal organization, all that, sex
Yeah.
trafficking, all that.
Yeah, far out.
Oh my, he's a
It's
vicious man.
wild, man. Well, celebrities must get to some level, not all of them, but a lot, like some of them, get to some level where they feel like they're beyond the law, like, above the law, or like they feel like they're elite and they can do whatever the hell they want, kind of thing.
Basically, those women were going along with it, but their case is that they didn't want to, but they did because they were weak.
Yeah, right. They were easily exploited.
2 weeks
They're
left on
saying
the
that
case.
they're not guilty for going along with it, even though they did go along with it. They're saying that, like, I guess he hypnotized them into it or whatnot, but they did it.
Yeah, to just be like his world that they were in, like if they went
But
to
he
his parties
brutalized
or
them.
whatever.
It started with his alcohol brand, though. That company and the people that own all the alcohol. That's who it started with.
Yeah.
They're the one who
Just
put it out in the light, I
tried to
believe.
sue them. They tried to sue them, and then everything all of a sudden came to light.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But he was smacking them up and beating them down and forcing them to sleep with the male prostitutes and just
Yeah, that's
ridiculous things he was doing to them. Like, he treated them pretty bad. And he was pretty nasty. He just wanted to watch them getting smashed down by these male prostitutes like all the time. Like, that was his thing. And then he was probably doing some, and then he probably mixed that in with some of his gay stuff he was doing, and he was pretty
That's
ridiculous.
wild, man.
He is, what do you call that? He's a pansexual.
He's into everything.
He's an everything sex person.
a
Whatever
weirdo.
it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything. He's all of it.
He's into anyone that's around.
He get
Anyone that's in
enjoyment.
arm reach.
It's ridiculous. He enjoys watching a
If
man.
there's a hole, there's a goal.
Getting you know what done to him.
All right, boys. Looks like we're sweeping up, huh? Cleaning up
Hell
everything up there.
yeah!
Looking nice.
Oh, there we go.
How does Bitcoin like this conversation?
I don't like it. That's why I changed it. But yeah, it's looking.
Hey,
It's coming out of the gym. You guys are talking about smashing and shit.
Touche, man. I agree. I was.
I want to make some.
that's
I
fine.
want to make some money, baby. You guys think it'll
Well,
go
yeah,
up to 106? Or do you guys think
it's doing it
back
pretty
down?
rapid. Yeah, man. Look at how rapid it is. Like this is.
See, that's my problem, bro. I don't know when to like
Oh,
when
you
to
know what
sell
it is, man.
and
I know what
re-entry.
this is.
What's that?
This is to do with the fact that pre-market opens in like 2 minutes for the stock market. So
Oh, you're
they're
right.
figuring
4
out.
a.m.
I think that this is like preemptive.
Oh no.
Let me just get the futures chart open. Wait a minute, I'm in the wrong format.
Yeah, 106 is right there. Right there.
Yay! I'm almost freed.
Yeah, dude. I feel like the futures, the S&P futures has done very well in the last like 12 hours. Like it's been okay. It's been not incredibly strong, but it's been up. And pre-market opening in less than a minute now. I think it'll be up.
Okay, I like that.
I'm gonna put my screen up. I'll show you what I'm looking at.
Thank you.
It's all good. So, S&P 500 all-time highs is where this pink line is at the top. You've got, this is the highest price that we've had like this year or this cycle. That's the highest we've been able to achieve, right up there. So you can see, like, since that high, we haven't really drifted too far from that point, you know? Like, we're still within an arm's reach, if you will. Hey, look, here's the open of the pre-market. Okay, so it's down here, or it's all the way over here. So everything in like the orange background, that is pre-market, and then the blue background's post-market or after-market activity. So this was the Wednesday session with all of that volatility just there before the close. Let me get like a three-way view on this as well. If it
Is
will
my mic
load.
picking up any of the wind by any chance?
No, you're good.
I good. Just maybe we can see that for you inside.
I'm gonna jump down to 5 minute, or maybe the 15's a good. Yeah, 15's good. But yeah, interesting. The activity kind of surged just before this. Well, it's actually a while before that. It's been doing it for the last half an hour, hasn't it?
It's like,
Or more. Yeah. Let's say hour. High time frame. Look at that. It's doing the inverse Bart Simpson that we've been. Wouldn't it be
That's what we're
cool if
waiting
this
for.
happened? Yeah, dump, consolidate, then climb. Like the unexpected textbook move outside of a triangle like this, because that would be the textbook play, like continuation. So it's done the anti move and gone up. So the cool thing is, like, look, you got this bigger time frame, like touch here, touch there, and then you've got like this triple or the double bottom there, which kind of almost tripled, and it got front run a bit. See how they sort of bought it before it hit the line?
Yeah.
In a way, yeah. So that's cool.
Is
Then,
that market
okay,
market makers or?
I'm not sure. Yeah, like I mean, maybe it's just like the crowd. Like if enough people have this line drawn in, and they're using it as a like a target, just like how 100K was a target, the whole market saw that 100K level and got in front of it in the order book. You know, they wanted to get in and so that they could get filled, because you don't want to get left behind by having your order sitting at 100. You want to get in front, and that's what happens. That's like, you know, the front run, I guess you could say.
Mhm.
And then and then it just took off, did not look back. The biggest hint for me is this, the fact that okay, we've had a low here, and every time we've approached that low again, it's been bought up earlier, like sooner, 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 and then sooner. See?
They're
It's
not
like
even
every
like
dip.
risking. They're not even risking it to let it get down
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, they're just like, oh, it's not going to get down there. I better get in now. And that's like, if you repeat that worldwide. And then it's like, okay, well, if we're tracking what the lows do, now we have to track what the highs have been doing, because there's the all-time high. This was like a double top, I guess you could say, just over here with that one. But they're both lower than the all-time high, of course. So I think if you want to get the extreme, it's this touch here and this little triple touch over here. That is scribing
Was
the
that
line
110?
forward. Yeah, it's like 110 and a half, 110.4 something. So yeah, $110,500. So I think now that we've sort of established that we're using the bottom of this big wedge as support again, and we're moving up, the next logical place to go test for me would be like, well, this is like that'd be definitely be a little to test, which is 109.
109.
But
Yeah.
but then otherwise this is the old all-time high that we had. This is this Donald Trump inauguration high that we got, the all-time high, the old one. 109,588. So I think that's like the next logical place to go, like on the big picture, you know, is to the
Oh,
top.
that'd be
Go
glorious.
test, see what it's made of. I mean, that's a lot of velocity right there. That's pretty quick. It
So
could
say
grow
we
into
touch that.
something that looks like this, you know, like that much rapid price progress, or even like something like that. Yeah, you gonna say?
So if we touch that before market close today, right?
Mm.
Say we're close to the high, the local recent high. When we can trap plays in, does it relatively drop back down, or does it just, or if it's already up there by market close, most likely the trap will be up there. Like, how does that usually play out? Is it usually a big?
That's a good question.
If it's like a big
I
jump,
think
I guess is what I'm saying.
that's that'd be like a question for Dbloc, I reckon.
I want to keep an eye on it,
I
because
don't.
if it actually reaches up there, what I'm contemplating on is basically finding a re-entry, right? If it does go back lower and then we end up trapping in there. But at the same
Oh,
token,
okay,
I don't want to sell off everything and then, we have a crazy Saturday.
Yeah.
I don't
Well,
know.
the people that place bets, like obviously the people that place bets inside this triangle long were correct. So that's good. They're already winning. Beautiful breakout. Stop loss for, like, if I was to get long in there, my stop loss would have existed somewhere like just outside this yellow line somewhere, you know? Like if it was to, that the really frustrating thing is when price deviates out of it to go stop or liquidate hunt and then come up and do the move anyway. You know what I mean? Like you can't avoid things like that happening, because they sort of just happen outside anything you can do about it, you know? And nothing can hint you as to what will be a fake move or a real move until after the fact. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
And it's like
And usually it's quick.
after
I
the
mean,
fact. Yeah, after the fact doesn't take you anywhere because you stopped out. Like, you know, you had your protection in place. It just sucks. You you'd have to take the loss and then get long again if you wanted to ride the whole move back up, you know.
right.
Just hit that sell
It's not
wall.
that you were wrong. Yeah.
I got a question. These are all vectors, so we'd most likely come back to claim these, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the rules are with vectors.
I'm driving right now, but I'll take a look at Dbloc's chart when I get home. I'm close. I think his purple candles usually mean it's market maker, if I'm not mistaken, from what I understood.
But all these candles are bright green for him. Try thought with vectors on his graph.
Is that off of Dbloc's chart, or what are you looking at?
Yeah, that's right. Dbloc's chart.
If they're all green, yeah, I believe that's retail, if I'm not mistaken.
But yeah, like this, yeah, it's hard to say, man, what they're doing here. I'm gonna check the liquidity heat map because I reckon that'll have some answers about.
That's a good idea. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll say what kind of liquidations were hit.
Those are vector
If
candles.
yeah,
Those
they
are all
look
vector
like it.
candles, all the way up.
Oh, it's a high probability of reclaim, right?
I don't know. I mean, I know they're all vector candles. From
I think
like
he usually says if
100
retail can't
and
keep taking it up,
from 104.7 to where it's at, they're all vector candles. I mean, I guess it depends on how far the market maker wants to take it up. I mean, yeah, vector
And is
candles
it?
usually get reclaimed, but I don't know
Let's
if
see the
it's going to
liquidity
be like
map. I'm
Would
curious
it
to see
still
how
be a
that.
immediately.
vector candle? Would it still be a vector candle on like the 4-hour chart? Like, does it show up as this bright green thing, or
You I'd have to look at the 4-hour. I could check.
I'm gonna have
I
a
mean,
look.
sometimes
I think
it could take time to. It might not yet be.
I open up the traders reality thing. See if I can find it.
usually it's
Yeah, it
claimed
is.
at one point or
It's a
another.
beautiful green. Well, that first one is showing us green, like a vector, but the next one that we're getting, that's been open for 10 minutes, that's gray. Like, it's not vector. It's. But then you jump down to the 15-minute, and I bet you they're all. Well, yeah, the first three were vector, and this one's probably shaking up to be. Yeah, look, it just switched to green.
Yeah, it's all vector on the 15.
So does it
I might.
does it measure? Does it take a measure of the prior however many candles to see how it compares in volume? You know what I mean? So a vector's like, oh, huge volume spike with lots of price
Yes, yeah.
movement. Yeah.
It just
Yeah.
measures tick volume. Like that's yeah. It's just a measure of tick volume, and it's like unusual volume that would just be market maker volume.
Have you seen the volume candles before? These ones, where they're
They're thicker
fat
and
when there's
thinner.
high volume.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've
and the
seen them.
thinner ones are, yeah, they're cool. That's kind of like
Yep.
another, I would imagine, vector candle system kind of thing.
Is that under
Like
indicator, or is that a candle type?
It's a candle type.
I think
Yeah.
That's
So you can
really
pick it
that makes me feel weird. The fact that they're different width.
different widths. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very odd when you look at the chart overall, but it's interesting though.
it looks like
Yeah.
it wants to keep going.
I know.
I'm gonna put the volume indicator on as well. Yeah, look down there, volume. It affects the volume candles as well.
I wonder if there's
See,
anything
look.
in the news.
Yeah, not
And I
sure.
doubt it this early on, but I'm curious.
It
I'm
might have
I'm
just
almost
been,
home.
it might, I think it might have just been time, man. Like, technically speaking, you know, we were squeezing up in a triangle, and it was just the pop, you know?
I'm
It
loving it,
was
bro.
like the
All right,
decision, yeah, the
let me
decision got
run in.
made on how price would leave this triangle, and it just created like a cascade.
Whatever it is, I'm all
Yeah.
aboard. I'm gonna make a protein shake. I'll be right on. I'm gonna get my desktop. Right back.
All good. The interesting thing is it broke out and it didn't do any retesting. It just went up. Like there's been no rechecking, or it's just been
Yep.
marching up, up, up. Which is very interesting. It'd be interesting to see what the order book is doing.
The market maker started pushing it just before UK came on.
Yeah. Let's have a look at the order book, coin glass. There's a way to get like, because this looks like it's a cumulative order book where it stacks on top of the previous. I think if I go to Binance, where's Binance there? Let's go back here. Binance order book. BTC.
There is a measured move to 107 more wedge.
Oh yeah?
I'm not. I'm quite new to all this, so I could be wrong.
Doge. It's Bitcoin. Here we go. That makes more sense. I'm just seeing where the walls are. That's just spot. That's not anything other than that. Yeah, look at the way it's just marching up. Like every 5 minutes, it's like putting a new step in. I can tell my browser's running out of memory. Oh, look at that. See how bright that was for liquidity on the short liquidity? We just come up to snatch it all up. Isn't that amazing that they decided to go up instead of just down to this level to go clear all this long liquidity here? They went
That
up
could be
instead.
next.
Yeah, could be. But look how long, and that's been pretty bright in liquidity for many hours, like along here, along this level. See, the color started picking up around here, like quite bright. So that means there's a lot of longs getting opened in this cluster of candles. So yeah, it's instead of like going to go snatch that up, it's climbed instead. Wow. Already like 106, 400-ish, or 370.
So you've got that wedge there. Is there a measured move for that, or am I just making it up?
Yeah, like, I mean, if you're a measured move kind of person, you can like measure you know, the extreme part of the wedge, and then take it to the breakout point, and then that's your target. So that would be
Right.
like just over 107 in this context, but I think that's how you do it.
That's literally what I did, so I'm hoping so.
Yep. And then if this was a triangle, some people take the length of the move from top to bottom like that. Let's say this broke down, just hypothetically.
Right.
That would be a measured. Some people say that. I don't know. It's all that is a 1-to-1. Like, yeah, it's like hitting 1-for-1 after the shape. I think the clear targets would be like that level. So this like old, probably even this level here. And then of course like the old all-time high slash maybe by the time it gets there, it's like, yeah, this intersection where they're sort of coming up together as a target. From a Fibonacci perspective, you take the top all the way down to the bottom here. It's like we've just broken through the 0.5 fib level. So the golden pocket is that 107,000.
Right.
This is actually moving pretty quick. I'm going to check it out on the 1 minute. Look at that. It's just like a staircase.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Looks like one of those AI bots buying.
Yeah. It's the 1 second chart. Almost forgot what it was like to go up. Feels like we haven't done something like this in a while.
That next candle isn't a vector, so like market maker let off the gas and see if retail will continue it.
Oh yeah.
And it's still going so far.
Yeah, it's marching on
Come
up.
on,
Could you
UK.
like imagine if this just did this all the way to all-time high, you know what I mean? Just
Oh, happy
they
days.
just forced it up there. And it'd just be like, what is going on?
Yeah, I guess like create a bunch of FOMO.
Strange things do happen in the market. I'm gonna go back to some other strange things. Like that was that Elon Musk Donald Trump breakup, that V shape right there. This was Trump tweeting about, or like, you know, Truth Social post, get out of Tehran, you know, evacuate, was like, I think it sort of kicked off, or maybe it was here. And this is where the, you know, the fighting was starting out, breaking out. I don't know, something like that. Yeah, hopefully this activity is it, like it's here to stay, you know what I mean? Like it's not just gonna become a big wick and we're gonna be back down to square one. Hopefully it's the start of an actual rally. You look at this move here and you see that, look at how volatile this was. Look at that. The magnitude of these swings is crazy compared to what we're doing at the moment. Like, look at this. That's insane. Which is sort of like what happened here. Do you guys remember getting out of that triangle before all-time high? This one here. It's like, it looked like this. The good thing is the bottom stayed uniform and it didn't get broken. Like you could rely on it. But it's like, yeah, it faked us out twice. There was that one back down, then another one straight after it, and then back down deeper, and then a breakout, and then a really sharp pullback before finally getting rolling. That was very crazy. So to get something again like that would be
Right, I had to take some profit. I'm the king of getting round.
Me too, man. I'm definitely a round trip master. Easy to do because you want to give it a chance. Like I know the mentality. It's like, oh,
Always.
just give it a minute. Yeah. Before you know it, you're halfway back to where you got in.
And then you're like, nah, you might as well wait for it to rise again.
Oh yeah. I tell you what though, I have improved. Before I was doing complete round trips, like coming like right back near my entry. And then I was getting like halfway point take profits, like where it had come back halfway. Now I'm around the 1/4, 1/3, like back is where like, yeah.
Right.
So for instance, if I got in to a long somewhere in here, I would be following the price with a trailing take profit. So like I would give it some room to wiggle, but yeah, to lock in the progress, you track the price up as it goes higher.
Right.
And then
And
if there is a
almost
pullback, you're
guaranteeing
out
yourself.
kind of thing. Yeah, it just locks in what was progress. And then it's like you have to get comfortable with the chart may keep going up and then you got out, somewhere along the way. You just have to be happy with that,
For sure, man.
But it's better than yeah, getting out at what would be like nice profit here, for example, like right now. That is still better than waiting and then getting out all the way back down here and only getting, that much when you could have taken up here. Yeah, man, it's psychology behind it's a bit of a tease. It's a bit of torture. And not all moves are the same either. Like they can play differently. Like this could keep going up, or it could do the whole classic complete one-to-one retrace, or like you just don't know. There's no actual, like if I take a Fibonacci retracement from down here to the top, the current top, there's no rule that says where this has to bounce if it does pull back. It could very well bounce off the red line and become a
Right.
236 like retracement, or it could do it at the 382 or the 5 or the 0.6. There's no rule. You just sort of have to see like how it treats the level if it approaches it. But the only sort of like way that I would use a fib level is that these two levels here seem to be the highest hit, like somewhere in that box is like the most common place to find a bounce if you're going to pull back and go higher. Like that's these two are very common levels. But yeah, it's no guarantee either way, sadly.
I just hope it's not a full recovery right there, buddy.
Yeah, like a full 1-to-1 retracement. Yeah.
It's gonna be pressing there.
My favorite thing to track is trend lines, dude. Like, look, 1, you could argue like a 2 there. It's a shallow 2. A 3, a 4. Like, this became a really strong line. Like, I think everyone would have had this line planted in there. 6, you could even argue 7 and 8, but like 7. And then look, when that happened, it was just so high conviction because that line is so, established and respected. Same with the bottom side, like if you had like letters A, that could be classed as a triple B, but B, C, and then like what could have been like a D there. Like that line becomes bolder, I would say. Like the more activity you get off it, the more seen it is, like to the market.
Right.
So when it gets like broken, like whether up or down, it's a big deal. It's like a big event. So the fact that this line has been in play for like 3 days, 18th, 19th, and 20th of June for me, or like, maybe 2.5 days, that means that either of these lines breaking was going to be a big event, and it definitely was. Like when as soon as it got above it, and you can like go back and find these things, like, let's see, like this one, there's one here too. Like if you take sort of like that, maybe not as good as the one we just looked at, but it is there. Like you had a 1, 2, and then like a 333 here, and then like maybe some traffic at 4, and then we finally got through it like that. That created a trade right there, like getting through the trend line finally. But yeah, man,
Usually it's like
they're
what,
all over the
third,
place.
fourth attempt, and then it goes the opposite way, right? If it can't sort of make it through.
Yeah, like I don't know. I don't know that you should like. Oh, it's more about like when it does it rather than how many times it's done it. Anything more than 2 is
Right.
good. Like it's like pay attention to it. If it gets more than 2 major touches on a decent time frame, like this one was a good one. Like if you were to play it short, because you essentially the market's rising. What comes after a rise? A fall. What comes after a fall? A rise. You know what I mean? So it's like, okay, if you're tracking the rising market, you're basically like a predator waiting to pounce on a short, like when as soon as it loses its strength, And it
Yeah.
kind of happened here where four failed to hold the trend, and you could have just been like, yep, this is coming down. Open the short there. And look, you got confirmation that that level was not passing. Like they weren't letting it come above that level. And even then, you could have gotten in late here for a short and been rewarded for it. So it's like, yeah, it's the same. Like in a rising market, you look for a short, and in a falling market, you look for a long. Um, like there would have been a little sub one here. Like, look at this. If you go, you just try and find like where a line is getting uniform like action off it, like maybe something like this. Sometimes it takes a little bit of like moving around to find what makes the most sense. But like look at that one, that was actually like a breakout and then a recheck. See how it broke out and then rechecked it as support over here,
Yeah.
and then took off. Like it's not a full rally, but it is a move that could have been traded. Like you could have got long here and then whatever up here, take a profit. But yeah, man, I love trend lines. Trend lines are great, and you can do it for free. You don't need a subscription to TradingView to draw trend lines.
That's what I've been using most of the time, is trend lines.
Yeah. Yep. Trend lines and price levels, so like supports and resistances, are very strong, very powerful. Like, look, this is a beautiful one right here. Look at this one. See that?
I'd say one of the most powerful in all of history.
Yeah,
Of trade.
dude.
It's charting most
Yeah,
basic.
yeah,
You know,
man. I love it. It's just so, you
you
know,
bought. Oh,
because
you've
it's
been
like, you
successful with
know,
it. It's and it's finding a pattern. Very
yeah.
Yeah.
It's
keeping
like, you know, if you identify a line like this, for example, it's either you're respecting it as a resistance point, like a point to short, or you're waiting for it to break out and break the line for an opportunity to go long. So
there's a
it's like
reason
you've
right
got
there.
yeah, you've got a level. It's like, okay, I've got a condition now. It's like an if then statement. Like if price respects it, then go short. If price breaks it, then go long. Like you've got like a very black and white, you know, path laid out in front of you for taking positions, and you've got reasoning behind it. You know?
And time to confirm it,
Yep.
and you don't lose out on much of it. A missed entry or exit. So yeah, it's always been the best. Keeping it simple. Stupid, but
Yeah,
no.
man.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
it's
well put, buddy.
fantastic, and the cool thing is it exists on so many time frames. Like you can go down to the 1 minute chart if you want and find trends to you know track the trend and then trade the breakout. Like let's see this one maybe it's not a great example.
Well,
You get
no,
what I mean.
naturally,
Like
it's gonna
there's
you can stretch it up, and naturally, it's gonna
yeah you can try
respect it
and find
part of
levels
way.
like okay
Yeah,
this one's more like a support level, like a price level. Like see that it was like
you got direction and
support, loss of support, and then resistance. Like right there, it struck it, wasn't able to get back in, and then faded.
right. So knowing based on that and all that the the direction, solely only the direction, the powerful thing to know. I have a great idea of where put that direction of where it is. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Like
It's
this,
to hear that
because we've got
though.
a climb. Because we've got a climb happening right now. It's like okay, well, this will get exhausted at one point. Like
Mhm.
it's not just going to go up forever, like following this trajectory. Like it's going to have to run out of steam at one point. So it's like it's used this line once, now arguably twice here. Like this is very sharp and like low time frame, but there'll be a
Yeah,
point where this gets like
you gotta
broken
give it a
down.
little way, as to respect it, and then
Mm.
the Paul and Jay's fractals and place them perfectly up. I don't know how he does it. Beautiful, but yeah,
Yeah. It's I mean this is the 1 minute chart. Like it's 1 minute is not as influential as say like the 4 hour, you know,
well, it's
where
much
you've
harder
got
to
some
find.
yeah. Like people spend more time staring at the structure naturally on a higher time frame than they do on the 1 minute chart. Like, you know, like this people
Yeah,
have been looking at that high, these triple tops for weeks now, like since May, right? We've had this line drawn in for a long time now. So it's like it's very well established and we know the levels, and which is why I think when you break it, it means a lot more. Like it can have a really dramatic effect
I
on
think
the
we've seen,
price.
haven't we? More so than not, when it really does break, we we do
Yeah.
we do see somewhat more of a crest.
And you know what else is really wild is when you get a trend line
They
that
said
gets
that,
broken,
yeah,
right? But then it gets respected again in the future, even though it
you got
like broke it in the past. Like, because look here, you got support, support here, and then it broke it in a big way, and then rebounded, and then it started using it like nothing happened. Like it starts using it again, like over here. Isn't that wild?
Hmm.
That's crazy.
Yeah, all of it is.
Yeah. Yeah. But dude, it is beautiful to find some real textbook like patterns that you can trade. Like this one was beautiful. This bull pennant triangle, like right here. Like that. See this one? That thing was that's like chef's kiss. Beautiful bullish continuation pattern right there. Where is I'm gonna try and find a really good example of a bull flag, like a good old traditional bull flag. Oh, here's one right here. Look, check it.
How about one that didn't play?
Let me like
It-
adjust it. Like I'm talking parallel, like a like
Yeah.
train track parallel, like right there. Boom. Beautiful bull flag. Uptrend, check. Consolidation, like parallel downward, check. And then breakout, check. Retest. Had it all. That was a beautiful move
That
right
is
there.
beautiful. Oh, it is beautiful. It even has a few wings on it. If I can throw that in there, bam.
What do we got here? This is like a rising wedge, which is bearish. In this context, it reversed the price. You had like the tops weren't parallel to the lows, so it was kind of creating like a wedge. Yeah, anyway, this one is a little bit wacky, but there is the essence of like a bear flag right there. See that? A lot of the action happened inside that flag, although there was some deviations, like some very wild and deep deviations, but for the most part.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, what frame on you on? You're on the 4?
This is the hourly. This is the
Oh.
hourly. I'm just going through the history of Bitcoin here, looking at like examples of
What 4?
really
You're
textbook outcomes. Oh yeah, remember this triangle? Like right here. This was like, you can put this in the encyclopedia, man, of trading. Oh, not quite. It was there. It was like a nice, a consolidation after an up move. This is what I'm hoping is happening right now, is we're getting this move out of nowhere and then some kind of zigzag for a while and then another leg up after that. Like that would be juicy. That's how we get back to like all-time high, that kind of style
It
of
doesn't
move.
such a good ground usually. So
Yeah.
such a
Oh, see this pump here where we just escaped out of this low?
thinking
That
that
was Donald Trump getting elected. That was November, like 5th, 6th of November.
all of the longs
All of
exited
that. That's
thinking that there's no way that that
what was it called? 270 to win? Was that the name of the? That's how you. I remember when that was on, man. 270 to win, and that it's like the result came out and the confidence came in, and we just took off.
I'd
And
say
up, up,
so.
up we went.
Yeah. What was that one? That 1, 2, 3 candles. I mean, bam, 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 cliff.
Yeah, it was an eruption.
Hey, you're making me bullish. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of good moves in here. This kind of activity, man, this is like very bull markety, like, you know, price discovery, rampage, just aggressive buying going on. That kind of action. That's what we've been missing, man.
Catch that sun gun once.
So we did get this style of energy, like this, you know, this election result pump energy over here, except it wasn't price discovery, this move up. This was just recovery, not discovery.
Recovery, or just not a grand
Recovery of the
to the
tariff fear dip. Yeah.
yeah.
And this pump here, that was the ETF inflow pump. Like all that move up.
Make sense.
This was the ETF hype train, like where we were waiting to see if the ETFs would become approved, like where there was just, you know, it was the narrative of the time. It's like, oh, Bitcoin spot ETF, let's do it. And then this was the sell the news top, the correction, and then the inflows after that. Beautiful play.
And if you could tell me that looks like a weak and struggling company of in a chart, you're darn wrong. So,
Yeah. Look at this, dude. This was such a baked in trend line right here. Because you had, this is the daily chart. Wait a second. That's the daily chart.
To where
so it's like you had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like this was a very well established and respected line at the time. And once you started like to bite that away, like, you know, the order book like started to convince everyone that we deserve to go up.
That's a confirmation right for you, but it could have been earlier.
Yeah.
Where it respects that line. I mean, come on.
Yeah, it's just
no more trend than that.
That's like a 6 or 7 month line that was respecting that resistance or that level, and then all of a sudden we disrespected it and broke it and went higher. So that's cool.
Sure did. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it is right now. And we're holding.
The lows were harder to read because they weren't uniform. Like you had, okay, that low, this low, that low, that little one, this bigger one. But there's no, see how there's no like clear straight line that you can draw through all that activity? You have to ignore so many like points of data just to try and make sense of where that line existed, you know? Like, okay, maybe like that, because you got 3 big touches.
Yeah, but
that's about as best you could do.
Something for yeah, but it's still too choppy to have.
Yeah.
To just not be able to get through without some patience.
Yep. The lows were very unclear. The highs were very clear. So that was good. At least we had that. You could argue that the whole thing was just like a big old fat rectangle, and like you had a boundary on the top and the bottom, and everything outside of that was just a deviation. You know?
Yeah, it happens when you
Something
scroll
like
up.
that.
That's what happens. Oh,
You know what I mean? Like, look at that.
Oh, how good it is, or but still, it's always going to be a shitty part of your year in trading on a 6-month sideways movement.
Yeah. Oh no! Look, we're getting some. Look at that wick in the last like 10 minutes.
Hello.
Well, it creates, if you go to the 1 minute chart, it's like, okay, well, it's a data point, you know? Like if that becomes like a support and we move off that. That means we can use like this pivot and that pivot as like the start of like some kind of trend line, you know.
Trend line to a new bottom to Bitcoin.
But we need more information to know what's gonna happen, you know.
Position yourself though, you know.
Yeah. Well, if this comes up like that and then gets a lower high, but then a higher low and then a lower high and then a higher low, like it can form a triangle, like a something like that, which is bullish. Could totally
Time
do
frame?
that.
Time frame on that?
This is the one. This is the 1 minute chart.
1 minute. I was gonna say.
It's very short.
No, I've been. I know. I would never thought I'd sit. I've been obviously working with the one, my neighbors, and it, it's important in some trades on some leverage for me.
Well, let's just see how it plays out.
Yeah, you watch that.
Where's my
that
Where's
1
my
minute
triple screen, man?
one.
Wow, XRP's getting volatile too. Look at that. If that is XRP right now.
So I had a meeting all night. I'm not aware of what Doge is at. You know
Oh yeah.
what? Yeah. Where are we at, Mr. Doge?
Yeah, I don't know what's. My charts won't load. I think I'm out of RAM or something. You know. My memory. I have to close some windows. Let me just close some stuff that might help it. I'll just restart Chrome. How about that?
Like the
So
background.
trading view.
I got the call.
Yeah, you like the mountains, bro? I don't know where that is, to be honest.
Well, it looks like
Yeah,
street
pretty.
art that does spray paint street art. They like
Oh yeah.
do a laptop cover.
My S&P chart won't load. The SPY one.
I
It's
mean,
like dot
you
dot
put
dot.
things together and it almost looks like one cyclical chart.
Yeah.
I can't stop coughing. It must be the allergies. Pollen.
Man, I'm kind of like fighting off sickness right now. You might be able to hear it in my voice. Got like a blocked nose.
It's all the same movement. All the same stuff.
I do have like the US indexes or the indices charts.
Mm-hmm.
You get, wait a minute. I need the Dow Jones. I need to get, yeah, the US 30, the US 100, the US 500, and then the US 2000. Yeah. Let's make it all uniform though. Get more.
Get into the US
Size
2000.
28. The US
I
2000.
can't believe Emad's not on here. Shorten the top right now. Where is Emad? Emad, where are you? I guess he's not. I was wondering if you short.
I'm here, but
Look.
that's not the top.
Look how close the Nasdaq got to the all-time high. How crazy is that, man? It got so close.
That beautiful thing.
Oof.
We're just gonna go back there. It's just
The Nazi Nasdaq. We just need another oomph, you know, another.
I'm so long.
Yeah, on Bitcoin. Jump back to the 5-minute. We'll track all the big, the top 8.
Yep.
How about we get an aggregator going, y'all? Agri trade. AGGR.
I have no
See if it loads.
is.
You don't know what agri trade is, man? Yeah.
Well,
it's great. I'll show you.
109.
The Blitz.
Need to change the threshold though. It's supposed to start singing to me, but it's not working.
You're talking about the
Aggregator.
The high pitched, low, pitched.
Yeah, where it like pitches at you. Yeah.
You know what that's for, right?
Yeah, you can hear the market instead of see it. If you don't have eyes, like if you don't have, if you're laying in bed.
No, I mean you can. So, blind folk, it literally can read a chart.
There's no audio to it.
Turn your speakers on. All right, man.
Click to enable. Oh, there we go. I found it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna filter out all the little baby orders. Just so that we can hear the big ones roll through.
Hurry up, bro. Come on. I'm waiting. Concert.
I don't know why it's not showing the candle part, but that's totally fine. We don't need it. We'll just have it like that. And we'll have this.
A lot of their shirts.
That's 102 Bitcoin. That's a $10 million order right over there. On Binance, someone sold $10 million worth of Bitcoin just there. I think that's what that candle was.
Good morning, Friday.
Maybe I'll do the 3-way chart.
$10 million order out of BTC. That's much? No, right?
All at once, yeah, on one order.
Oh yeah, but what? Sure fucking does. You know it. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna jump on in the office, get on my computer. I'll be right back.
Yeah, the S&P 500 is having a bit of a tantrum at the moment in the last half an hour. Does anyone else notice that? In pre-market? See if I can get a full screen of the SPY. See, it's not even loading in for me for some reason. SPY chart. That's New York Stock Exchange data. Whoa, someone just bought 43 Bitcoin all at once.
Traders keep risking new money every time they place a trade. They hit a win and roll the dice again with fresh capital. It's a fast.
In 1979, a massive revolution in Iran brought about the Ayatollah Khomeini to power. The then Shah of Iran and his wife, Her Imperial Majesty Farah Pahlavi, were forced out of their homeland. This is them leaving at the airport. But under the Ayatollahs, the freedom that they promised never materialized. In fact, they cracked down, beating and imprisoning women who refused to wear the hijab, gay Iranians, anyone who dissents. Now the son of the late Shah, His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi, who has been in exile, is advocating for a new future for Iran. He says he believes that the moment is now. He posted this on social media, quote, "The Islamic Republic has reached its end. It is in the process of collapsing. Khomeini, like a frightened rat, has gone into hiding underground and has lost control of the situation. What has begun is irreversible." I spoke with him moments ago, the exiled Crown Prince of Iran. Here's our talk. Crown Prince, thank you very much for joining us at this historic moment in time. It's good to have you with us.
Good afternoon, Martha. Good to be with you as well.
Tell me, first of all, Crown Prince, what is your understanding of what is actually the situation on the ground right now in Iran?
The latest report that we have had, Martha, is that the control apparatus of the regime is almost.
E-Mad, you got open mic, bud.
Oh,
Yo, what's up? Yo. Come on, big buys, big buys. I need Drew. Drew's getting his beauty sleep. I'm watching my screen share
off my mobile, and I can't hear the aggregator at all. What a shame. Stream volume up.
Would you look at that? What's going on, fam?
Yeah, man. Just looking at the pop. It popped up.
Remember I told you when I leave the screen, I have a little game I play where I have to keep the price in so it doesn't go off the screen.
Yeah.
Look at the top. It it literally
Yep.
double top off the edge of my screen. That shit is funny. All right, target 1 is hit. If we
How
can
was it?
hold support, target 2. What happened? It was
How did you have it?
it was like this. It literally double topped off the top. When I got here, it was like that. I was like, oof, just caught it in time.
That's great. Dang.
What's going on, gang?
Morning.
Oh my god, nice to see some movement. Jesus.
Yeah, I know, right? It's like, well, that's what happens with a squeeze, man.
Yeah.
You get a, it just tends to pop out. There's definitely been some that I've found, like where the squeeze, it just travels through it sideways, grinding. It's like, oh, it didn't do anything with that triangle. It's rare, but it can happen. But yeah, usually this is a good reaction. Someone mentioned, oh, I hope this turns into be an inverse Bart Simpson, you know.
Yeah.
It kind of looks like that now.
Yeah.
Not the whole way up, but it's working on it.
More importantly, we're out of that damn range.
Yeah.
So as long as we can hold support off the top of it and not go back in, then we should make a run for 2. The only thing that worries me is that it is Friday. So like I said, I was saying be careful. They're gonna try to trap both sides. Don't let that be you. Expect liquidity in our range to get swept. So they swept the top. I'm just worried that they could trap longs and then go after the short liquidity now. After the
Yeah.
long liquidity, I should say.
Yeah, a couple of people are asking, see how it vectored up there? Its way up.
Yeah.
A couple of questions came through like, oh, does that mean we have to go recover those candles?
If
Or do we have
volume
to go...
Yeah, if volume doesn't pick up, right? So we can put on our volume. Volume is declining. The tape is dead. If you don't get volume and there's nothing on a tape, then yeah, you're gonna end up giving that back.
Yeah. Because they paid to get it up there to begin with. And then if there's no bites, if there's no customers.
Yeah, they're not gonna keep going.
Yeah.
Or they'll come down, hold support, and create more short side liquidity for that ride. We'll see.
Yep.
The message move played out. Our bigger one has yet to.
Yeah.
Really nice volume came in there at the end there. Look at that. I mean, comparatively.
Yeah, just home. Yep.
They swept the hell out of that shit. About to lay down too. I was like, let me take one last look at the chart.
Yeah, it seems like it turned up for like an hour, and now it's just gone like kind of quiet.
Was that at yeah, UK? So look at our sessions. I wasn't here to do it before, but remember how I tell you about you draw your box around the Asian session from Asian high to Asian low. Right, that's your Asian session. And then you take a fib and you find the midpoint of that session. Or you just look at, you can see where the midpoint is. And when UK comes in, if they are above the Asian session, then yeah, basically as soon as UK came in, like it just went nuts. It actually looks like they started pushing it in the dead gap between Asia and UK. And then UK came in as sort of...
Yeah, it's pretty... And you also have like the US pre-market, like S&P 500 started up about an hour and a half ago. But there was nothing pumpy about it. No, not. I think it sold off a little even in pre-market. Yeah, I don't know. Which I think put the brakes on this move, to be honest. Like, that's what caused it to like sort of top out a little for now.
Let's let me turn on these liquidations and let's see what got taken there. I know that was pretty bad. Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, they even took the 50Xs. Ran out of gas, it looks like.
It'd be very brutal if they just took it all the way back down to the starting point, you know? It's like, damn.
Telling you saw before I left, and I said, don't be surprised if it does this, and then this, and then comes back to the area and goes sideways for the weekend.
Yeah.
This is exactly what I was talking about. It's very possible.
Yeah.
It's very possible that they do that.
Yeah.
You know, the good thing is when they do this type of shit while everybody's asleep, you wake up and price is right where you were, but you know what I mean? You look back, you're like, whoa, what the hell happened there? But at least it's over, you know?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, it just carries on like nothing happened. It's like, oh, don't worry, we just have to go take care of the extreme leverage. Carry on. Yeah, it's quite the move.
Josh, red is 100x, purple is 50x, and blue is 25x. Let's look at our liquidation heat map. When we refresh this top section is going to be gone here. Yep. Remember, we were hot on top and on bottom? And what we were trying to figure out is which one would get hit first. So they took our topside liquidity. There's a little bit more left, actually. But this just came in. See how this just started here? So as they took this, these shorts came in.
Yep, they're fresh.
Keep feeding it, baby. Keep feeding the beast, bears. I'll tell you one thing. If we do get all the way down here and clear these liquidations, we'll have just as much liquidations as we see here above. They're going to go heavy.
Yeah.
Going to be some revenge trading going on here this morning. I can feel it.
Yeah, it's definitely like it's all fading now, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
There's definitely times in the market where it's like, oh, is this our lives now? Like we're just gonna go snatch local liquidity top and bottom forever.
I mean,
we'll never get out of here.
I think it's weird because of how it's so. If we invert the scale real quick, we're used to these liquidity sweeps, right? This somehow feels more natural, right? It comes down, sweeps
like
liquidity, and then it comes back, and then maybe it comes to the top of the range and takes this, but this just ends up being a deviation or whatever. But when it happens to the top, it feels weird.
Yeah, it's like it's punishing the bearish liquidity, not the bullish liquidity.
Yeah.
In that decision there, yeah. That's wild.
Trades get overcrowded. You know, it's like that ETH short. That ETH short was one of the most overcrowded trades, and it still is. There's so many shorts above.
Yeah.
Zaid, we'll find out. As for now, I would have to assume, you know how I feel, the fast move is usually that, the trap on Fridays. We were talking about it before we got off. That's what I was talking about in the pinned message. So I would have to assume for right now that these are the trap longs, but we have all of today to prove that. Right? We don't set our weekend trap until Friday's done. Got to get the price action. But in my mind, as price action builds out today, yeah, I'm running off of the thesis that this could have been the high for the day. So it's like trap long question mark,
We were scrambling trying to find like, oh, what's behind this move? Like, is there a catalyst? Did something happen? No one could find anything. And we're like, okay, well, it must just be a technical play.
Yeah, it was the liquidations. I mean, our pattern played out. We came down. We didn't invalidate the W. And look at how aggressive the shorts got. Not even the number of them, right? But look at how aggressive they got price-wise.
Yeah.
They came
yeah,
underneath the resistance. And I told you, like, these are bad market participants. Like, the market loves to punish people like this. Like, look, we gave you a resistance. We told you where you could be safe. You chose to put your liquidations under the 800 and under the resistance. As we're actively trying to break out of this thing, you deserve every bit of liquidation you got there. So once these guys settle, then it's just it's like a chain of effect.
Yeah, that's
domino effect or whatever. Chain reaction is what I meant.
An impressive surge of volume out of nowhere, and then it's like they've just turned the tap off,
Yeah.
Like boom, boom, on, off.
I don't think any new money came in per se. I just think I just think that as those shorts had to buy on market to cover their short positions, volume naturally went up. See, like, as this is when the first ones right here, nothing's getting liquidated. This candle here hits the first liquidation and volume just spikes. And then volume stays elevated all the way until you take out the last bit of the 50x's here. As soon as those 50x's ran out, volume died out right away. Volume gone.
Yeah, it's like there was a mission to go grab all that, and now the mission's complete. They can come back, or they just release the the activity. They just
you don't even have to. You don't even have to drop it. You just have to stop what you just did. It's the
Yeah,
buys.
and the market
It's the
revolves.
buys automatic. The buys automatically stop as the liquidations stop getting hit. Right, as this last guy hit and had to cover on market, and there was no more above, then there's nobody else to buy because nobody was really buying. Right, it was just a squeeze in the middle of the night with nobody awake to FOMO.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yep. Yep. It's like, okay, it's in your hands now, market. We've done our little game here, like where we go snap up the liquidity. Have fun.
You know what's crazy? That how cheap those moves are. Like for market maker, dollar wise, the amount of money it costs him to make just nothing, right? Like you just start literally get the ball rolling and then catches fire.
Do you think possibly, like, they don't move until they know that, okay, when we take it here, this is what we're going to collect on liquidations?
It's a cost benefit analysis. They say, okay, sentiment's not going to take us. We're going to have to run off liquidations. So that means we're going to have to run sideways enough and give them enough sort of dips to short into to build up the amount of. They have, I guarantee you, they have a calculation for how many liquidations they need exactly to get from point A to point B.
Yeah.
Then they add gas where they need to, step off the gas, and the rest is sort of paid for.
You know, I think possibly, maybe it's something that only they can see, but when they go up to a level just like we did, like right now, if the longs on the opposite end take profit and close that long leverage position, it takes away reason to go chase them and to snap them out. So maybe that's when you get continuation up. Like if we were to continue up from here, it's because all of those extreme longs took profit and there's no reason to go snatch up that open position.
Well,
still.
yeah. It's the pigs that move the price, right? Like bulls make money, bears make money, pigs get slaughtered. You could easily take profit off this long. You're 100x.
Yeah.
You got a nice move here. Yeah, if a lot of these guys remove their positions, then it removes some of that reason to go down. But
exactly the motive. Yeah, the motive
greed
for the
is
market
always
maker.
gonna.
It's like, okay.
Greed is always gonna do it.
Yeah.
But right now, the imbalances that we left behind are the important part. Market maker is left short positions in these green vectors that need to get filled.
And maybe that's because the market has been so round trippy in the last like 6 months. Maybe it's been coaching the market participants into a way of behaving like, oh, we're not going to hold our 100x's for a week. We're going to just close it when we get the move, you know? We're going to take the profit while it's there to take, and rather than leaving it open thinking that this is the ultimate takeoff, like to, 150K.
Yeah, I mean, the reason that everything except for Bitcoin has been so round trip is because Bitcoin has the liquidity that it needs. Right? Bitcoin doesn't, without market maker liquidity, Bitcoin is just fine. But without QE, everything else needs market maker. Right? Which means there's no massive amount of liquidity that tells the market maker, okay, that's fine, I'll leave those orders for later. There's too much liquidity, it's overwhelming me, I can't control price, I'll just jump on board, let's go. You don't see that. What you see is volume dies off, and then there's nothing, and then market maker says, all right, well, we're going back, I'm gonna go get that now. And he's done it on the alts over and over and over, because if the liquidity doesn't, what makes the price go parabolic is that so much liquidity comes into the alts that market maker isn't needed. He doesn't control the flow by just providing or not providing, because there's more than enough money floating around. But as long as he's needed, he will pay himself. And we just have to take advantage of that. That's a trader's market, We're gonna trade with him at that point. When the whales have more money, then we trade with the whales. When the market maker has more money, we trade with the market maker.
Yeah. It makes sense. It's like, well, as long as you can find the rhythm and like where the plays happen and come in, and Yeah, like you said, just copy their plays. Like, does that liquidity, like those liquidity lines that you have up there,
Yeah.
does that update?
Yeah, in
Like
real
as
time. I've got the old ones on. I
yeah.
usually have it to where I call them the dead bodies. We hide the dead bodies because nobody wants to look at all that sadness.
Oh, right. Of like, yeah, what has
What's
been or
already
what
been
was.
taken. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rest in peace. Damn, that screen just went
Yeah.
black. That's crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, you'll see them pop up in real time. I've got it set to over $1 million, so it has to be over $1 million liquidation or it won't show.
Yeah. So that indicator is pulling data from
Open interest. Yeah.
multiple places.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep.
Yeah. That's pretty sophisticated.
It doesn't give you the I mean, you get way more detail on something like CoinAnk or Bookmap.
CoinGlass or something.
But
yeah,
you know, it's really just to see where it's like a fish finder, right? You just want to see where the concentrations are sitting, just to give you an idea of motivation.
Yeah.
Like how much money can be made on this move and who's going to pay for it.
Yeah. Well, I guess judging by the outcome of the triangle was that there was more incentive to go up than snatch down first, you know?
Yeah.
Or maybe they were, I don't know, going down at that level was kind of critical, like it would have potentially unleashed a result that they didn't want to open, like a can of worms they didn't want to have to buy back up because it's too expensive to do that.
It's
I don't know.
sentiment too, right?
Like
You have to be careful not to ruin sentiment.
Panic the market. Yeah. Like, yeah, if you cause a panic, that can cascade and get out of your control, maybe.
Yeah, no, it's a big
maker.
it's a big difference.
Yeah.
You don't want to have to pay for the whole ride up. So you have to like make people capitulate, but if you take all hope away, then when it's time to buy back in and go back up, price is just gonna sit there. And you'll have to pay for the whole trip until sentiment comes back and people feel bullish again. So it's like a real you have to juggle sentiment for sure. It's the same in meme coins. Anybody that's played in meme coins with a bigger bag than they should, right? Like maybe they're like in top 10 wallet, you'll know what I mean. There's times where you want to take profit, but you have to take into consideration if I do too much damage to this chart,
I could ruin
the position that I have left. Maybe I just want to take a little bit of profit, but I still want the bag to go up, right? So you do have to juggle the emotions. It's like you'll even go on Twitter and say, okay, are people feeling good? Everybody's happy. Okay, you think they can take a 10% dip without freaking out?
Yeah.
So I can TP.
It makes you wonder how many times the market maker, like, unintentionally was dealing with like the straw that broke the camel's back, you know, like where we went one too far and it caused a cascade of reaction, you know.
Yeah.
Makes you wonder if they have any like little fail safes, like, oh, we have to support this drop, like we have to put orders, we have to wall it up so that, you know, it gets supported or resisted.
They take losses like everybody else, but the win percentage is way like, you know how it is. You can lose 7 times, and if you win 3 times big with good risk management, you're good. They're losing way less than 7. They're losing maybe 2 out of 10 vectors, you know, and you're at that point you're talking maybe partial recoveries, and most of them, to be honest, it doesn't matter because as long as you're above like 70 or 80k, those will all get filled on the way back down.
Yeah. I've even seen on the stock market, when there's a gap and then the market attempts to go fill it, sometimes it seems as though some of it was good enough. Like they'll only partially fill and they'll class that as it's been dealt with. and then move away from that area.
Yeah. What happens sometimes too is if you dig into the vector itself, you'll realize that. So like, let me find the vector that only filled half. So here, right? We only filled like half of this vector here. Thomas, go into Discord and go into education and go into liquidation levels. I've got the screenshot of my settings in there, bro. It'll be easier.
And it's like, yes, it's a vector candle, but some of that candle is natural too, I would imagine. Like,
Yeah, which
there'll be
is
some
why. So that's
amount
what
of
we do. So you take the whole candle, and then you come down to like the 1 minute, and then you take a look. Okay, how is this vector built?
Yeah.
Where are you? Wasn't it right here?
I think so, yeah.
Where the hell did my box go?
Maybe it was further.
Am I tripping? Oh, here it is. Okay.
Oh, there. Yeah.
So now you're like, okay, this entire thing was a vector, correct? Because of the amount of volume, right? The amount of tick volume because of the volume of this drop and the recovery. But look at this bottom section. You see how empty it is?
Yeah, yep.
Right? And then look at where the part that didn't fill. So you could be waiting. You could be waiting for the bottom half of this vector to fill. Like, oh, it's got to come back. It didn't fill the whole vector. Well, no, if you go into the candles, you can see that it took back all the vector that was left. There's nothing down here. Right? So you can get into like the bodies of the candle and figure out exactly when the vector was created. Sometimes it'll be a vector the entire way up, and it just is what it is. And then sometimes you'll get extreme volumes, like in the top 50%, and then the entire thing will turn into a vector, even though there was nothing at the bottom.
So, how is it determining what is and what isn't a vector? Is
So
it
it's
based
tick.
off
It's based off tick
comparison?
volume. So not regular volume, but tick volume. How many pips price moves within the candle, right? Every time price ticks up and down counts as one tick for volume. And your bright green, bright red vectors have 200% the tick volume of the last 10 candles.
Oh, okay. So it's looking back on a sample of the previous 10.
What it says is you have an abnormal increase in tick volume in this candle, which is the fingerprint of market maker coming in to match orders.
Yeah. These like volume swells.
I mean, regular
Something they
volume
get
is still
confused by a whale.
regular volume is still great. You know, don't get me wrong, but look at how strong stopping volume candles are. Right, look at all these big vectors on the way down. These are their volume candles, right? Look at this small, tiny stopping volume candle right here, and look at the big volume spike that we got on it.
Yeah, it ends up just being wicky, very wicky.
But it doesn't, the size of the candle doesn't matter, none of that. It's just how many times did that price change. Sometimes it could just be like, you know, you get to the bottom and it's like up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down.
Yeah, there was a lot of activity on that candle, even though a lot of it's wick.
Which is what you want to, which is what we look for reversals, right? That sort of activity lets us know, okay, you know, we've hit some sort of floor here where price is attempting to sustain itself. And then we swing at the stopping volume candles. If you want to be very safe, you wait for the next candle to be a bullish engulfing, or at the very least not close underneath, and then that's entry, stop loss underneath the body of the stopping volume candle, and then you just ride it.
Let it play.
Yeah, you just ride it. If you stop out, you stop out. In this case, you didn't. In this case, you did very well, actually.
Yeah.
You know?
Technically still alive, I would imagine.
Yeah.
I don't think we ever came back down to that level.
No. And then what do we get, right? At the top. Flip it.
Yeah.
Stopping
Another
volume
stopping
candle.
volume.
You wait for the next
Yeah.
candle, bullish engulfing, didn't violate, take the trade, stop underneath, and you're off on your short.
Yeah. That's cool.
And then what happens? Flip it back around. Stopping volume candle. Bullish engulfing. Take your long. Short underneath your stopping volume candle. Gone again.
Look at the magnitude. It didn't cost them much to stop it.
No.
Right there. See how the volume was low?
Yeah.
It's like it was a cheaper. They could pivot it. It didn't cost them too much to pivot.
It was like
price.
2 of them.
Yeah.
Like you literally had a double market maker
Yeah.
gave you a double bottom on the 1 minute, both stopping volume candles. Like these things will start to stand out. Like if you start to look for them, they'll start to stand out. And it's a good asymmetric trade when you're just day trading, right? Because it's like you know where your invalidation is.
Yeah. It's like the rest is just the market trying to like naturally play within the activity, like between the manipulations.
Yep.
Jeez, look at this little pump we had overnight here,
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
It's
That was cool.
testing a 618 here. I'm hoping for the rejection and a lower low, honestly.
I guess those bearish divergences didn't play out after all.
Do you mean like rejection and then a lower high?
It's the RSIs, man. The
Or-
RSIs are very tricky when prices is
Well, it
squeezed
played
up
out a
like
tiny
that.
bit. It dropped there from it was making it at 104.6 there, and then it dropped down to 104.3 before making that move up.
Yeah.
It did have a tiny pullback, but yeah, it didn't do much. Yeah,
So
I'm hoping for the rejection right now, though.
This whole vector like kind of vocabulary, this whole understanding of like the market moving, has that been that's been around before Trader's Reality, right?
Yeah. It would
Yeah,
definitely.
okay. Yeah.
It's something that's used in Forex because pips are so valuable, right? You get in, you're literally, you can on the 1 minute just trade small vector recoveries for a couple pips and get out. It's $13 trillion daily turnover on Forex.
Oh, that's crazy.
That's where market maker just has a field day, you know? And everybody's trading on funded accounts, so being able to tell
Just
where the next 3 candles are going is very valuable in Forex. Very valuable.
Just imagine how many big players look at crypto and go, "Oh, that's cute, but there's not enough volume for me to, do the kind of
3 billion.
I need the liquidity of Forex, like kind of thing, you know?
Yeah.
Like that market's too little.
It's true.
It's not worth my time,
That's true.
kind of thing.
And we spend so much time in it that we feel like it plays a bigger part than it really does. Like people see the value, right? They see the value in it, but they're getting it now because of it. It's in its infancy. If it was already, they would, they wouldn't be getting in at the top. Long run, in the macro sense, they still think that it's early, or they wouldn't be going so hard right now.
Yeah. I'm sure it's getting, like, it's certainly stepping up. It's leveling up, no doubt. Bitcoin.
I got you, Thomas. Give me a second. My bad, bro. I didn't read that. I thought you were already looking in the Discord. Let me know when you're done and I'll scroll.
But yeah, like, I mean, that one guy that opened the $1 billion value trade, that James Wynn or whatever, like, that sticks out. Like, everyone's like, oh my God, there's this $1 billion trade that's open on leverage. Whereas perhaps if that was in the Forex market, it'd be like just another player, you know?
Yeah.
No
Yeah,
big deal.
definitely. Not only that, but he doesn't trade the way you're supposed to trade. Like
Yeah.
that's why the whales were also gunning for him. It's almost like you're not
Oh,
playing by the rules, bro. You know you're supposed to split your trades up. You know you're supposed to stay off the books because you're drawing attention to us. You know what I mean? Like we're doing it correctly. We're not going all in one spot. We're not setting all our buy orders in one spot. We're setting grids. We're doing it the way you're
yeah.
supposed to do. And then here you go dropping a big bag of money and putting a target on all of us. Like you're screwing
Oh,
my trade up.
yeah.
Now market maker and exchanges are gunning after you. And we were all long, you know?
Yeah. Just greedy guts. It kind of makes you think, yeah, the guy had more money than experience. Like he didn't.
He made his money in memes, man. He came in, made his money in memes, and then tried his hand.
Hand it.
That's it, Thomas. That's the last one, brother. The style, but I didn't do much on the style. Oh yeah, there's nothing on style. That's it. Just 2 pages. Man, could we really go for it? Could we do it? Every night that I say I'm gonna go to sleep at a respectable hour, Bitcoin just does something silly. Or, you know, does what it's supposed to do that we've been waiting for it to do all day, and then right when I start to put my head on my pillow, holding on the 800 EMA on the 30. Let's see what the hourly looks like. Hourly is probably going to be kind of nasty. Just vectors all the way up. Yeah. Vectors all the way down. Stopping volume candle off of resistance on the hourly. So we know the play here, right? We invert the chart. We want to close this next hourly candle underneath the body of the stopping volume candle to invalidate it. Right? If not, this is going to be a topping signal. Yeah, I think our dominant pattern has been tired of waiting, man. That W's been sitting there silently, just brewing. But we got 2 minutes to close. It'd be nice to take another run at this. I'm gonna be awake. Let's make some money, right? How we feeling, YouTube? Everybody good? W membership, welcome, Cavalier. Appreciate your support, bro. I didn't see that. W member. Yeah, I'm looking at it, AB. At what you posted in voice chat. I mean, I see what you're looking at, but your horizontal supports, I think, are a little bit more important right now. And you're sitting on a big SR flip. You see that yellow line you have on your chart? If you drag it all the way to the left, you'll see that we turn that resistance into support now. But that's sort of some of the levels that we're looking at on a daily. All right, so we failed to invalidate that stopping volume candle. You see how at the last second it popped up and closed above? The problem is, since we're on the hourly, we've got an hour for this candle to close, which means this candle can come all the way down into this wick, but where it closes is what invalidates. So we'll see. We'll go down on smaller time frames and see if we can get a little better than that, because so this is where retail has to prove that they want to go up, right? If retail can prove that they want to go up, market maker will come after this vector that he left above. If volume dies down, or if retail can't push enough to get above this this resistance, then we'll just put in a lower high. And come up, reject, put in a lower high, and come after these vectors. Sample, I was already in bed, bro. I did good. I was in bed by like 3 o'clock. My dumbass was like, let me check the chart one time before going to sleep. I didn't even get out of bed. I just looked on the phone. I pulled up the YouTube on the phone. The price was at the top of the the price was at the top of the chart. I was like, all right, all right. Yeah, Andy. Any asset that has a market maker. I can't tell you what to do, Ian, but I can tell you what I'm watching. I'm watching to see if we can get above 106. Right, if we can get above this resistance. Right, this was resistance turned into support, back into resistance. If we can get above that and hold, then yeah, I think they'll go after target 2. If we can't, then I have to assume that's our long trap for today, and we're gonna go trap some short liquidity. I understand, bro. Just stick around, hit that subscribe button, and stick with us for a while. You'll get it. Yeah, Dom is just bad, bro. Dom is just bad. obviously invalidated this bear flag, so that measured move is no longer. The bad thing that we didn't want to happen, right, was have that deviation come down and hold on 50% of the vector. I mean, hold on 50% of the range. Well, that's happened. The W that we didn't want to put in got put in. Which would give us a new bull market high on DOM. I delete that.
If you get gang,
that would give us a new bull market high for dominant for Bitcoin Dom. I keep saying it, and I sound like a broken record, but it's not time for alts yet. Anything underneath 500 mil market cap is a risk, in my opinion. Alright guys, I'm gonna try to go sneak in a little bit of sleep. I've got some TP set at 2. Took a little bit of profit off the first part of this run. Let me see if I can keep price on the chart this time. Actually, what am I talking about? We tweezer topped off the top last time. That wasn't a fail, that was a W. Yeah, that could have been the top. I have a sneaky suspicion that that'll be our trap longs for the weekend trap. But we have all day for them to prove it, right? So let's not try to get too... One thing I do know is that at some point today we'll trap shorts. Be careful, guys. Don't forget to pay yourselves. Money's not yours until you take profit. Yeah, that'd be nice. A low volume sleep. All right, guys, stay safe. I would look at it, Yash. I would look for it to come down and grab all these liquidations, honestly. We'll see. It looks like they're gonna take the majority of the vectors on the way up. Watch that 50 EMA to hold. That 50 and the 200 doesn't hold, then they're gonna come for the rest of these liquidations. All right, y'all. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. If you do, do it on low leverage. Night.
Mm.
What do you guys think? Is the U.S. going to pump or dump? We got 7 minutes until open.
I hear a lot of good news around stable.
Bit of a survey.
Did you guys hear the news about Chris Waller? What he said on CNBC?
July rate cuts.
Yeah. Consider.
Yeah, that's gonna pump us.
Well, hopefully he pushes us up on the open. Let's see.
The Valencia connection, bro. I'll be back. What a racket, bro.
Your mic's really low, but I think you said we're gonna rock it.
Yeah, 100. My bad.
Ah, you're good. Rockets all day, baby. I'm ready. I'm ready.
What can I do?
Yeah, my DGen side wants to add to my bag so badly, but I'm holding back just for now. What I got is enough.
My Degen side is already all in.
Oh no! Hopefully not high leverage, man. This could go either way.
Nah, not leverage thing. What's your take? Do we go up or what?
Oh yeah, I'm betting on it. That's for sure. At first, at least, that's how I see it. And then, I mean, they could always go for the liquidity sweep down below. But
Yes. Yesterday we got him saying, Mr. T, saying 2 weeks to decide what he's gonna do.
for the
Which,
war, yeah.
yeah, so that gives us about, more or less 2 weeks of let's call it normal trading conditions, barring he doesn't say something else that's abrupt out of nowhere. And then we got this positive news on this guy today for possible rate cuts as early as July, which I don't know, could give us an initial pump. We'll soon find out.
Yeah. I mean, if you remember when they pushed out the tariffs, I think we had a crazy boost from that, especially at first.
Exactly what I was using to as reference to arrive at that
And yesterday
hypothesis.
was a holiday, so not everybody got their money in yet. But yeah, that's a very good point. Maybe I should add a little more to the bag.
last night Dbloc was saying he wouldn't be surprised if we got a liquidity grab up high and then drop down low to grab some bottom liquidity in this range.
Yeah, I could definitely see it playing out that way for sure. Especially with the weekend coming up. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's
I'm putting my trade in. Wait.
Yeah.
Don't leave yet.
Who's here this morning?
Gap up.
Doesn't gap up usually mean we're going down in most cases?
How much time till the opening bell, guys?
It's happened, I think. 8 minutes.
Tick
It
tock,
is
here we
open,
go.
bro.
S&P's
I see we woke up and chose violence today.
Hey, happy Friday.
If you're not shorting, you're in trouble.
She shorted the top.
Did something happen or this is regular?
I don't know. There's like $4 billion worth of Bitcoin and Ethereum options that are supposed to expire today. Maybe this drop has a little something to do with that.
Quick pump and dump.
Yeah, I think it's just a little quickie, in my opinion. But it might
Hey
have
there,
to do.
guys.
It might have to do with that because there's $4.1 billion worth of Bitcoin and Ethereum. I don't know exactly how much Ethereum, but those options expired today. So depends. I'm thinking it could be something to do with that.
And I thought Trump said something or tweeted something.
Anybody know what time? Is it market close that those usually expire?
Yeah, but
I
who
think
knows?
market
Maybe.
close.
Yeah, like maybe someone's just like, all right, I'm out.
Yeah.
If that's how it works, I don't even know how it works with all those options.
Well, just like Dbloc said too, all that liquidity down there, man. They ain't gonna let that go. They're about to wipe it out right now.
Someone's got an open mic with about a 10-second delay of our conversation.
These are all vectors, though, aren't they? The cells.
Yeah, I don't think anyone has an open mic. You might be watching a stream that has some audio on it that you're hearing from the stream. I'll be right back. I'm all in, Doge. Let's go.
Let's go, baby.
I took what I had in Coinbase last night, put it all in USDT, and then
All the news today, guys, is it's triple witching event. So in the stock market, all the options are up, and there's like 6.6 trillion money in it. It's the highest ever. It's the world record for money on the options.
Yeah, now that out of that 6 trillion, whatever, 4.1 billion is crypto, Bitcoin, and Ethereum. I'll be right back. I'm still all in though. You bears can't shake me out. We got
You're all in, Dodge.
Yep.
On spot or leverage?
Spot, of course. I'm allergic to leverage. The doctor said I have to stay away.
Ah, okay, fine, Drew. What's your entry price, if you don't mind?
Well, I just scooped up right now at
Oh,
167.
right now.
So, but now I've been holding before, so I'm DCAing, and now luckily I just was able to get some extra dry powder last night, and I saved it luckily for this morning, and I just bought about 10 minutes ago. 1677. It's just a little bit lower now. It's at 1664. But
Yeah,
I
this
like
could
these pairs.
actually be the weekend trap. Everyone is going short right now, and then from there on, we reverse and go back up, and we create like a weekend trap.
The good news though about though, guys, man, this capitulation is gonna create the bottom for us on crypto most likely. So after this thing finally settles down, I think we're gonna have that rip up.
Just a little bit. Let's go. Just rip that band-aid right off with the quickness. The faster these drops are, I think the better they are. Let's just get them out of the way. You don't want to delay the inevitable. And we might have just done that. Maybe, sometimes good things or bad things come in threes. But if you look back, we had a few more. So this could be the third. It's all relative now, I guess. It's kind of like trying to pick out what theory you want to use. Wyckoff, if you want to use some other theories, like, are you going to pick the right starting point? But I think everything's good.
A lot of shaking out.
Yep, shake out for the breakout, baby.
Man, all 3 times I've literally been round tripped. Took about 20%.
I mean, I'm down on my position. Luckily, I've been dollar cost averaging, but my average is still around probably 20 cents right now with Doge 1920. Might have got it a little bit lower, but probably not lower than 18.8. I'll be back.
What are we looking for to confirm the bottom of this?
Hey, Ghost, you here?
Yo.
Good afternoon, everybody. Well, Bitcoin popped. Fake out up, fake out down. Well, we're in the fake out down part. We'll see if it's a fake out. But yeah, we had a upward move this morning that put a higher high above 1055. We're now back below 155. It's a scalp short, I guess. Upward, a bit of an upward ABC on the small time frames. But yeah, like we had like asymmetrical stuff. It's funny because the bigger thing is also a symmetrical triangle. So you have asymmetrical on the 15-minute. That's kind of trying to decide what asymmetrical on the 4-hour or daily might end up doing or not doing, right? So that 15-minute upward move is like, oh, I'm back in my triangle. I might try to reach the top of it, and that's more like at 10. Well, 1095. And if we try to do a fake out down from the bigger daily triangle, then this isn't enough of a dump to call it a fake out. Like you're still holding on the angle upward, still. More or less, I guess. Well, it depends where the daily is gonna close, huh? And might get a low below 100. That would be potentially a flat corrective move if it stops there. If we go lower, then looking into a zigzag towards 97, 98, I don't know, somewhere there. More like next week. There's not enough time for that now, I think. Most likely, we'll just fake out up, fake out down, come back to the midpoint, continue, well, our uptrend. So kind of expecting to revisit 104,500. We're currently like a bit below it. Well, we'll see what happens there. Our markets are still open. Europe just closed. America is now alone. We've seen aggressive bears like an hour ago. Getting absorbed again. There were no big orders here, yet price managed to create big red bubbles. They're not huge, but like medium absorption going on, I guess. CVD is back negative. It never really went positive anyway. I think we were up 80 Bitcoin, now we're down 600. Like it was barely green now. Funding rates are going up. So I guess people are longing. Well, they probably longed earlier when price went up. But yeah, that's pretty much it for me for TA wise. Waiting for a low with some money on the sideline to try and catch it. And if we go up, well, we need to. Well, I probably won't TP anything before price discovery anyway. But like, if we could, maybe on some alts, there might be opportunities to TP on longs. Yeah, maybe we'll see a few this weekend. Oh, we'll see. Also to note, more locally, 102, 980. Well, 103. Could be a nice area to put a local lower low that would still be a high low. So, if you want to still have some confusion, that's probably a good area to wick to and go back up. Without feeling the order there, I guess, to keep it, as support for the weekend. And we're gonna need to find a bit of a range. And well, this one is pretty well defined. We tried to break it to the upside, we failed, we came back inside it, and now we're pretty close to support again on Bitcoin. Like you drop another 1% and you're already potentially at a bouncing point, right? If we haven't already hit it, by the way. Still small moves, we went up 1% and down 2%. So roughly where Bitcoin is at 0 right now compared to 24 hours ago. We're at the same level. ETH doing okay. Pretty flat on the Bitcoin pair. Alright, nothing particular. We got Cardano trying to put macro low, I guess. Well, not macro, but it's trying to go below 2nd February, huh? Oh, 28th of February. Yeah, there's still room before 2nd of February. That's sitting at 50 cent. Then Sui, I guess about to put a low on the hourly. On the 4-hour, on the daily, it's gonna be a bit hard for Sui to put a low, but maybe. I mean, 2nd of February is 2.35. We're at 274. Yeah, there's probably support somewhere there, right? Two options. Either we go down there and it could act as support, or if we reclaim 2.87, which we are turning into resistance lately, like that's what happened this morning, pumped back up to the SR, found resistance, and continuation down. I think all it needs is put a low, step out people, and then attempt to reverse up for the weekend, right? Maybe it won't even put the low, but if it does, I know what to do. Kind of same on chilies and the rest. I don't look because I don't care unless they stop me out. I guess Doge is starting to come in my buy area again, but I won't open that chart too much. Atom is like below 4.2 from memory. I ain't opening the chart, but if it gets back above that 4 point something previous a year ago low point, then it's a long. Mantle is Mantle is pretty stable. I don't know what's up with Mantle, but it needs some volatility. Well, Mantle is pretty stable because it's already close to a bit of a floor, right? Like, I mean, not a floor, but spent a lot of time in this area last summer, so it's back at the same values as last summer, which I think could act as a floor as long as you have Bitcoin around well above 74, let's say, even above 100. So I guess it can and ETH around its average. So yeah, Mantle is ETH layer 2, so kind of makes sense that it doesn't dump too much while ETH is holding its still holding its range around the 200 an hour. Weekly, daily, both. And yeah, it's 6 o'clock in Europe. Paris is like hot like hell. It's a bit too much. We're not used to this hot. I'm sure it's as hot as in Arizona or Utah? No, Utah is like desert. No, it's not as hot as the Death Valley, but pretty hot day in Paris. Oh, also, I was having fun with AI trying to make it predict the stock market by using the weather. Well, it's not working. Yeah, it's creating prompts for trading. So I think I'm not gonna walk my dog because it's too hot. So I'll just take her close by. But this feels like 90K a bit, no? But on a very quicker time frame, right? Like, you know how many times we tapped 90K back in December, January, before in the end giving up and breaking down, right? It feels a bit similar, huh? Tapping this 103.5 1, 2, 3, 4 times since Monday.
You think it might go down to 90?
Well, everything is possible. I don't think that's the most likely scenario. Although you can have very bearish scenarios currently because of the higher high in price discovery, right? Like, I mean, for me at least, it's the way I read price, which I've ignored all these bearish setups for 2 years now, 3 years. Eventually, it's gonna be my downfall, right? So, I'm still ignoring them. It's a bit crazy when you think about it. Like, we did the same stuff with like Head and Shoulders back 6 months ago in December, right? In the end, it did pay out, I guess.
I'm just. Go ahead.
But 90 is a bit far. More like
94?
99.5.
Yeah.
99.5 would be enough for me. Like just a flat, just an ABC flat.
Sure.
I'm just shorting a bunch of stuff in the meantime, just riding the wave down and flipping and sniping small bags. Well, no
Oh,
sense
good
in
luck.
sitting
Yeah.
there.
I'd
Yeah.
pass on the shorts. Only play one side.
Yeah. I mean, why not? It's obvious where it's going. Why not make money off of it?
Yeah, you're definitely right. But the problem is you get mixed up when you play both ways. I mean, I noticed I do better when I kind of choose a way and stick to it.
I mean, do we really think we're breaking out of the under the 104 range?
No, we don't.
I don't
know,
think so.
but it can happen. Yeah. I mean, if you have patience, you're waiting for that for like a week now, right? Even a bit more, actually. You got that 100,000 initial bounce, right? So when Bitcoin dropped to 100, well, after having pumped to new all-time highs, it found support exactly at 100,000, and you got a nice bounce up. And since then, you didn't get any better opportunity than your last trade. So it's a bit of patience again. Huh? It does it.